Welcome to your new team. Haas are experts in getting great value out of every investment. That's why they skipped being backmarkers and jumped straight into the midfield pack in their first season. You are now one of those investments. Make sure they get plenty of value, okay?
We're just about ready to kick off today's qualifying here in Melbourne. It's the Australian Grand Prix. So, could be a tasty one today then, Ants. We've got all the ingredients, that's for sure. Treacherous conditions, an ever-changing racetrack, and one or two cars just behind the pace setters who maybe, just maybe, fancy a bit of an upset after a good performance from them in free practice.
And the question has to be, of course, what is that circuit going to look like in 10 to 15 minutes from now? If you think the rain's going to get worse, then you have to be straight out when the lights go green to find whatever grip you can. But if it eases off, then you're better off waiting, saving the tyres, and going out at the perfect moment. The other thing that comes with these conditions? Traffic, and the lack of visibility that comes from sitting in the spray. It's going to be a constant problem, and I expect to see a lot of frustrated drivers with ruined laps out there today.
excellent lap. We're really pleased.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Butler, Weber and Max Verstappen. With qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid lineup for the big race.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. What triggered your move to a new team? The weather hasn't been ideal in qualifying. What's your take on it? Appreciate your time.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance.
They say that even a second is an eternity in Formula One, so going 4 winter months with no racing at all has seemed a very long time indeed. We're back though in Melbourne, home of the Australian Grand Prix since 1996. Just south of Melbourne's downtown business centre is the one and only Albert Park circuit. 3.3 miles of public roads, closed for the weekend of course, make for a bumpy circuit with little undulation. There are 16 corners around the lake and a couple of good passing opportunities here as well, thanks in part to the DRS zones into turns 1, 3 and 13. Joining us today to oversee all the thrills and spills, it's Anthony Davidson. And great to see you. How are you feeling about the race today, and how are the circuit conditions from what you've seen?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Devon Butler put in a fantastic lap yesterday and will start from pole position. And starting alongside is Lucas Weber. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Minha, George Russell and Hamilton, Gasly, Ricciardo, Perez and Carlos Sainz, Albon, Leclerc, Valtteri Bottas and Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Raikkonen, Lance Stroll and Antonio Giovinazzi. Vettel and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid, and with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
We're in a better grip position than we were expecting. Let's see if we can hold on to it. Illegal maneuver, cede that position or receive a penalty. Some information on Vettel. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. That start was okay, now stay alert for threats around you. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. Engine off, engine off. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Copy. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Some information on Verstappen. They are out of the race. Exit now. You'll be racing as you leave the pits. Complete. Go now. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. it. Let me know you're all right. You need to slow down before hitting the corner. Green flag. Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Go, go, go. We've been awarded a time penalty. We'll go against our finishing time at the end of the race. The gap to the car ahead is 16.8 seconds. laps. They're in 5th. The time last lap was a 1 minute 31.8. We have 10 laps of fuel remaining. Is in for his stop. There's 7 laps of fuel remaining. Excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. That position back. That was an illegal overtake. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Nice move. Antonio sat in P8. The gap is 14.4 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:36.3. Gap to teammate ahead is 25.9 seconds. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. distance between yourself and the car behind. P8, that's P8 now. Eighth place, you're in 8th place. Perez is ahead of you. Gap to car in front is 8.4 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Giovinazzi behind, they're on fresh mediums. The gap to the leader is 30.9 seconds. This is your final lap of the race. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. Job, you did really well. Super driving.
Brilliant stuff from McLaren today. What a superb victory. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, this was a real team victory. They put together a solid strategy today that appeared well suited to the conditions out on track. The driver did everything that was expected of them in the moment to really execute the team's plan to perfection. A shining example of how F1 really is a team sport.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure, and no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight. So let's review the updated drivers' standings. Lewis Hamilton takes the lead of the Drivers' Championship. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
Roman Grosjean's my driver of the day. I don't think I've ever seen such a strong performance from him.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. McLaren supplant the previous leaders, taking control of the championship. Well, Ants, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your
Bahrain qualifying is nearly upon us and the drivers look as if they're all geared up to go. I expect we'll be getting underway very shortly. When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on in the corners and max out down the straights?
Top speed is a key factor for this circuit. Even if you can achieve the same lap time as someone running less wing than you, chances are you'll find overtaking difficult if you have too much drag.
Happy with that position. Well done.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. What was the secret of your qualifying pace? Tell us about qualifying. Lucas was on... It looks like you've really been focusing on research and development. Appreciate your time.
Right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
the curtain rises once more then on the desert stage of Sakir as the players take their places for the opening act. Will they enthrall us like they did in 2014 with that titanic battle between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton? Well, we'll find out shortly as we get underway here in Bahrain. We go racing today around 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit, with 15 corners and 2 good passing opportunities into turns 1 and 4. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left tyre into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. And it's an absolute pleasure to be joined once again by Anthony Davidson. Now, I want to talk to you about Valtteri Bottas. As ever, the threat of unreliability is never far away, and indeed they'll be starting out of position today due to a power unit component change. So it's going to be a difficult task to move forward from there.
Everyone has to deal with penalties or reliability issues from time to time throughout their career. You just have to suck up the pain and get on with the job at hand. Today isn't about performing a miracle to put the car back where it should be. It's about effective damage limitation.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lucas Weber lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Vettel, Verstappen, Minha and Hülkenberg, Leclerc, Gasly, Butler and Sergio Perez, Magnussen, Hamilton, Carlos Sainz and Raikkonen, Giovinazzi, Albon, Daniel Ricciardo and Roman Grosjean. Stroll and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Now that we've got some points on the board, let's continue this form and aim for another top 10 finish. Let's focus now for the rest of the race. Okay, entering lap 3 now. DRS has been enabled. Good job, nice overtake. Continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Copy that. Leading our teammate by 2.6 seconds. Let's box this lap. race. Go now. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Gap ahead is 17.1 seconds. Behind us is 3.1 seconds. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. minutes. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Okay, you're in the top 10. The gap to the car behind is 1.5 seconds. pass. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. hard work out there. That was a strong drive and a good finish. Well done.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Red Bull today. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Well, I think it was clear what the main contributing factor out on the track was today: speed. I know it sounds like an obvious thing to say, Crofty, but fast cars win races, and we saw that today with our winner.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they secured here. So, let's review the drivers' standings. And with today's impressive result, Charles Leclerc steps into the championship lead. Some amazing talents out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
It's got to be Valtteri Bottas, a commanding performance that I think had the audience's eyes glued to him for the majority of the race.
Let's move on to the constructors. The lead at the top comes down after a strong weekend from the challenging pack. There was also a strong showing from the Mercedes team today as they make their way up the standings. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You're surpassing all expectations. How do you think Devon will react to having not been able to finish today's race? Great. Well, that's everything.
That's a great result. You did really well. I don't think we can have any complaints with that performance.
It's time to find out which driver is up to the task of claiming the Chinese Grand Prix. We're here in Shanghai. We're here in the Yangtze River Delta today, home of the 16 corners that make up the Shanghai International Circuit. 54% of this 3.3-mile lap is taken at full throttle, and we'll be getting up to speeds of around 200 miles an hour, with DRS assisting the cars down the back straight before they brake into the sharp hairpin at turn 14. Anthony Davidson also joins me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mia. No grip penalties, no mitigating circumstances, just a poor qualifying performance and a very disappointing start position for them today.
They'll have a sinking feeling as they look up from the cockpit and realise they're in a different postcode to the start line for sure. But the one positive they can hold on to is that the car is quick and they can make their way through the field.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Pierre Gasly lines up on pole position with Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Weber, Daniel Ricciardo and Albon, Butler, Sainz, Verstappen and Kimi Raikkonen, Magnussen, Bottas, Sebastian Vettel and Perez, Giovinazzi, Stroll, Romain Grosjean and Lewis Hamilton, Hülkenberg and Mia. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. That's a good start. Keep it up. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. That move was illegal. Return the position. Your lap times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Go. Exit now. We're racing on the exit. Exit. Exit now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Kevin is out of the race. behind is 12.6 seconds. Charles currently P2. The gap is 32.6 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 41.3. The gap between you and the car behind is increasing by a significant amount each lap. Good job. Our gap to the car in front is 13.5 seconds. There's 9 laps of fuel remaining. The gap to the car ahead is 4.0 seconds. Has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tyre. strategy is available on the MFD. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Green flag. Okay, some information on Bottas. They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Gap to car in front is 5.4 seconds. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Some information on Hulkenberg. They seem to have an issue. Okay, take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. We're starting to catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Plus 1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target plus 1. Laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Top job, my friend, top job. I was a bit worried about this one at the start of the weekend, but you pulled through. Thank you.
So as they climb out of the car, the Red Bull team are ready and waiting to celebrate a thoroughly well-deserved win. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
I think the key here was just the quality of the racecraft, you know? I mean, how many overtakes did they make overall? I'm sure we have a stat person keeping score somewhere, and it was fantastic to watch, wasn't it? This is a strategic sport at the end of the day, but it's always really gratifying to see close-fought battles on track. It's what all the fans are after.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. Let's have a quick look at how the driver standings have changed. Max Verstappen's excellent result today sees him take over as leader of the Drivers' Championship. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
I have to give it to Mia. That was a commanding performance today. Very impressive indeed.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Mercedes moved to the top of the table. Meanwhile, Ferrari have improved their position. A strong weekend from them as they fight their way towards the top. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. You really cut your way through the field today. You must wish you'd have been up there on the podium alongside your old teammate today. Would you say things between you and your rival got a bit heated today? You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Were you struggling for grip, or did you just... Appreciate your time.
Great work. That's exactly the kind of result I'm looking for. Keep it up. Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical event. If you choose to take him on, it might help get your name out there a bit.
Welcome to qualifying in the Republic of Azerbaijan. The teams are making their last-minute adjustments before the lights go green, and the fight for pole position can get underway. It always looked like the kind of track that asks an awful lot of the rear tyres, such as the frequency of low-speed exits.
No matter how good a driver is at managing their throttle application to limit rear slip, they can't always overcome a car that's inherently bad at looking after its rear tyres. Here we have a lot of low-speed corner exits, which means a whole load of energy, heat and tyre wear.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Minha, Sainz and Pierre Gasly. With qualifying complete, all that remains.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few runoff zones, many are expecting a safety car here today, so our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully away from the barriers. Baku City Circuit then, an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. Anthony Davidson joins me today as we look ahead to something just a little bit different. It's quite high speed for a street circuit here, isn't it? Do you think that's going to throw up any unexpected situations?
Well, as long as the teams can keep everything cool, I don't foresee any particular big issues from a technical side of things. I do expect the track to be quite slippery though. We've not exactly had much chance to rubber in the surface. Any street circuit also comes with its own challenges, so I think we'll be seeing a few mistakes here and there. The smart strategy would be to expect a safety car, I think, especially early on when the pack is bunched up.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Mia lines up on pole position. A very happy Carlos Sainz will start second. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Gasly, Russell, Sebastian Vettel and Raikkonen, Magnussen, Leclerc, Perez and Max Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Giovinazzi, Lucas Faber. They'll be starting further back after an earlier grid penalty. And Ricciardo, Albon, Stroll, Valtteri Bottas and Roman Grosjean. Hamilton and Devon Butler starts from the back of the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
You've done well to put it on pole, but we've still got work to do. Trying to cover the inside line off the start. That's a strong start. Well done. We'll be on the mediums. Strategy is available on the MFT. Understood, copy that. To teammate behind is 2.3 seconds. This lap, give us the best in lap you can. right. Engine off, engine off. Box this lap, please. Release, release. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Is in for his stop. Is 1.6 seconds. is 3.9 seconds. Charles in P10 at the moment. The difference is 6.9 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 2.7. We're leading our teammate by 10.4 seconds. Catching the car ahead, but be aware that these tyres need to last till the end of the race. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Dropped out of the race. laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. We've only got 2 laps of fuel left. Some information on Leclerc, they have some kind of mechanical problem. Finish. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
Congratulations to Alfa Romeo then, for their excellent win today. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
I feel like consistency was probably the key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalise on other people's errors without making many of your own. And that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
Alfa Romeo have been winning fans the world over with their brilliant driving, showing that they're a force to be reckoned with out there on the track. They'll certainly be building on that fan base after today's excellent result. Let's see how the driver standings have changed. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
My driver of the day was Devon Butler. He did an amazing job pushing through the field, cementing his growing reputation for ruthlessly running down those top positions.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Mercedes continue to extend their lead. Meanwhile, a strong weekend from Red Bull this time out, and they improve their position in the championship. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Another podium. You must be getting used to it up there. You're beating all expectations. Would you say we all... Devon did much better in today's race than he did in qualifying. Were you expecting? Do you think you were lucky not to end your race with that crash? Great. Well, that's everything.
Let's consider the benefits of moving to another team. Okay, everyone's happy with that proposal and we're locked in. From the next race weekend, you'll officially be racing for a new team, so you'd better start getting ready for the move. Welcome to your new team. There's no one with a more storied history than Ferrari. You're going to have to give it everything to live up to that heritage. It's going to be hard work, but when you see the Tifosi cheering you at Monza, it'll all be worth it.
You join us today at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for what's bound to be a really hectic qualifying as the teams compete to set the best lap times. And as we wait, poised for the start of what will hopefully be a thrilling qualifying, why don't you tell us, Anthony Davidson, about the things you can do to really get the most out of a car in a session like this?
Well, you're largely limited by the Parc Fermé regulations, of course. Back in the old days, pre-2004, you'd work on both a qualifying setup and a race setup over practice, and then swap them over after qualifying. So the race car was quite different at times to the qualifying car. Nowadays, though, you have to find a compromise that works for both. There are a few things that you can still adjust during the session, such as the differential, the brake bias, and the front wing angle, but that's about it. So it's more about optimising what you do have and adapting your own style to suit the track conditions.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Verstappen, Butler and Lucas Faber. Goodbye for now then, but we're really just getting started. Make sure to join us again for Lights Out tomorrow.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It's been a great qualifying session for you. Are you going to carry that momentum into the race? Qualifying is over and Devon is on the front of the grid. Were you surprised to see Lucas moving teams? Appreciate your time.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
What does the Spanish Grand Prix have in store for us today, I wonder? I hope we see some tight wheel-to-wheel action down the main straight, circa Mansell and Senna way back in '91, or maybe we'll have a more strategic race here on a track where overtaking can be difficult. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, a track that will certainly force the drivers to push themselves. It consists of a very impressive main straight going into turn 1. It's a straight that also offers a DRS zone, so it's likely to be a hot spot for overtakes. And a warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's with me in the commentary box today, discussing the new driver lineup. So I should probably start by asking you about Lucas Weber. They've just moved to Haas. How do you think they'll get on?
Well, as a driver, whenever you move teams, you want to end up in a faster and more competitive car. So I think they'll be very pleased with their new home. On the other hand, moving to a larger, more successful team brings with it additional pressures and higher expectations. So we'll have to wait and see how well they cope with that.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he starts from pole position, edging out Devon Butler, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Weber, Minha, Sergio Perez, and Ricciardo, Russell, Gasly, Hülkenberg, and Charles Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Sebastian Vettel, and Bottas, Magnussen, Stroll, Alexander Albon, and Kimi Raikkonen, Grosjean, and Antonio Giovinazzi starts from the back of the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
You're above where we expected on the grid. Be careful not to lose places, as there will be faster cars around you. Start phase. Now let's build on it. Sergio is in for his stop. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Sergio is in the pits. Green flag. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. Approaching the pit window, you'll be on the mediums. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, copy that. is in P4 at the moment. The difference is 8.7 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:25.7. In this lap, push now. Box. Go now. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. You'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Some information on Bottas. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. Is 6.0 seconds. There's 10 laps of fuel remaining. The gap behind us is 4.2 seconds. is 40.0 seconds. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. you alright? Let me know you're alright. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Caution, caution. Green flag. Charles is currently in P5. The gap is 39.1 seconds. They're on fresh hards. The time last lap was a 1 minute 26.3. They're on old mediums. They're in 16th. The time last lap was a 1:27.4. Distance between yourself and the car behind. This is your final lap of the race. Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well. Great drive. We did it. Good job.
Ferrari have really pulled it out of the bag today. It's a great win. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs. and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy and to stay out of trouble.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. This result narrows the gap between our championship leader and the rest of the standings. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
For me, it's Kimi Räikkönen, someone who definitely doesn't get enough attention for how well he performs out on the track.
Let's move on to the constructors. Mercedes continue to extend their lead. Meanwhile, Ferrari have improved their position. A strong weekend from them as they fight their way towards the top. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Things are looking up after last week, aren't they? Did you struggle to get through all that traffic today? You must be happy with the result today. We all underestimated you, didn't we? Great. Well, that's everything.
We're here at the magical Circuit de Monaco for one of the most challenging qualifying sessions on the Formula One calendar. Who can add their name to the illustrious list of Monte Carlo pole sitters here today? Now then, Anthony Davidson, you're not getting any younger, but you have been involved in your fair share of qualifying sessions in an illustrious 30-year career. How do you deal with the pressure when you have that one chance to deliver a perfect lap?
It's not so much about dealing with the pressure, it's more about how you approach the risk and just how much of it are you willing to take. You're constantly balancing the car on the edge of grip from braking, cornering and traction. And over the course of a lap, it's easy to get that balance wrong, and that's why achieving the perfect lap is almost impossible. As you say, I've been doing this 30 years now, and it never gets any easier.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Are you happy with where you'll be on the grid tomorrow? It looks like you've invested heavily in the development of new... You left some body work out there on the track. Great. Well, that's everything.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
Motor racing has come a long way since the first Grand Prix of the early 20th century. We have faster cars, bigger circuits, highly trained drivers who've dedicated their lives to racing. But still, we return here. Still, it remains the most desired victory in Formula One. Still, we race the Monaco Grand Prix. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars will climb around 40 metres up the hill, past the casino, and then descend downwards towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of the 19 corners at Saint-Devote. And don't expect to see much overtaking here today. Anthony Davidson, thanks for joining me once again for the Grand Prix. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Sainz, Kevin Magnussen and Leclerc, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Russell and Sebastian Vettel, Bottas, Faber, Devon Butler and Raikkonen, Stroll, Giovinazzi, Pierre Gasly and Nico Hülkenberg. Grosjean and Alexander Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, it's a short run to Saint-Devote, and you know what Monaco's like, so try to defend this lead. Okay, you need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. Mind that front wing. It'll need replacing if it takes too much damage. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. Take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Approaching the pit window, you'll be on the mediums. The car behind is dropping back. We're seeing a gap form. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Let me know you're okay. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. end of this lap. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Got that confirmed? Go, go, go. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. Job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Sergio is in for his stop. The gap to the car ahead is 1.5 seconds. has boxed for the mediums, car behind on the medium tyre. We're trailing our teammate by 34.0 seconds. Closing in on one of the Ferraris. Increasing our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap. That's a new fastest lap for the race. Be careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor... in this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix 2 soon. You're increasing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. Sergio is in P1, first position. The gap is 17.3 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 17.1. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. laps of fuel remaining. Laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. About that one. That was an excellent drive.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, you know what they say, to finish first you have to finish. And that fact was clear today, with lots of retirements having a big effect on the outcome of the race. As a driver, you tend to keep reliability concerns to the back of your mind and just focus on what's in front of you. But for the teams, races like this can be very stressful.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari. And now let's take a look at the drivers' standings. Mia takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
It has to be said, Roman Grosjean certainly had my eye today. He made impressive gains during the race.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Our championship leaders retain their position, but their lead is shrinking. Meanwhile, Ferrari have improved their position. A strong weekend from them as they fight their way towards the top. I'm equal parts exhausted and elated with this weekend of Formula One. Be sure to join us for the next one.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. Everything went your way today. It looked like you had a really good strategy for the race. You really looked in control of your car out there. Your team must be... You've taken the lead in the championship. Are you going to be able to keep up that momentum? You had a few bumps and scrapes today. Appreciate your time.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium. Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
Hello and welcome from the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, home to the Canadian Grand Prix, for today's qualifying session. When it comes to getting lap time out of this circuit, it's traditionally been about maximising top speed. Do you simply remove as much downforce as possible, hang on in the corners and max out down the straights?
The teams will have arrived with all manner of parts designed to capitalise on the long straights. The cars will be that much harder to drive in the corners, but everyone will be in the same boat.
Nice job.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Butler, Verstappen, and
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. It's got to be a relief to qualify that far up the grid. Do you think that Devon will be able to carry his pace from qualifying into the race? Great. Well, that's everything.
Right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
Canada has a true love affair with Formula One. The grandstands here are always packed to capacity. It's a country that has given us the likes of Gilles and Jacques Villeneuve, the thrilling Grand Prix of '79, of '98 and of course 2011. They love their motorsport in Montreal and we absolutely love coming here. If you want flat-out racing, you've come to the right place this weekend, as it's full throttle for 59% of this 2.7-mile circuit, peaking at around 210 miles per hour going into the final chicane. But that speed requires discipline, and there are more than a few close walls here just waiting to punish drivers with a heavy right foot. With the Grand Prix nearly upon us, Anthony Davidson is by my side once again to offer his perspective. So there's no avoiding it. Let's start by discussing Devon Butler. Looks like they've got a tough race in store today, as grid penalties from changing power unit components has forced them further down the field.
But on the bright side, at least those fresh components can help them maintain the power they need to come through the pack. I expect to see them take a more aggressive approach today to make up for the compromised start.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Young superstar Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Minha completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Weber, Leclerc, Nico Hülkenberg, and Gasly, Hamilton, Perez, Ricciardo, and Valtteri Bottas. Butler, Raikkonen, George Russell, and Stroll, Magnussen, Grosjean, Sebastian Vettel, and Carlos Sainz. Albon and Antonio Giovinazzi starts from the back of the grid, and with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
We've qualified above where we expected to be, so try your best to hold on to this position in the race. Start was okay, now stay alert for threats around you. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Be careful with the front. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Confirmed. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Box, box. We're coming in this lap. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Pit now. Go now. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Sergio is in the pits. That looked bad. Are you all right? Let me know you're all right. Box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, clear. Pitting this lap then, come into the pits at the end of this lap. now. Good job, nice overtake. Moving to mix 2, fuel to mix 2. The gap to the car behind is 1.6 seconds. Into P4, 4th place now. Is 4.6 seconds. Charles is in P3. The difference is 2.3 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:15.7. We're leading our teammate by 9.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in sick. The time last lap was a 1:15.7. Gap to teammate behind is 10.2 seconds. We're at +1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1. Leading our teammate by 15.1 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in sick. The time last lap was a 1:16.7. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. You're in the top 10 now. Keep it up. This is your final lap of the race. worked hard for that one. Congratulations.
So, another excellent win from Ferrari. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. Mia increases their championship lead. Some amazing talents out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
I have to say Sebastian Vettel certainly caught my eye during today's race. Incredible driving.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. There was also a strong showing from the McLaren team today as they make their way up the standings. Well, Ants, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. What do you think made the difference between this weekend and last weekend? You're breaking all expectations. What's your secret? How did you feel when you saw your old rival from F2? Do you think that your close rivalry has helped you out this season? Great. Well, that's everything.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
Unfortunately, the team and the public's view of you has diminished somewhat due to the failure against your rival. It's important that we don't let this become a habit.
Welcome to qualifying for this weekend's French Grand Prix. The teams are making their last-minute adjustments before the lights go green, and the fight for pole position gets underway. The competition is certainly heating up as we head into today's qualifying. Some impressive times showing up during the previous practice sessions. Anthony Davidson, do you think we can expect a similar level of skill to be showcased during today's qualifier?
Well, I certainly hope so. The competition here is extremely tight, and I think we might see some very close times today. Remember, practice isn't just about fastest lap times, though. It's about optimisation, it's about ratifying your decisions. No one's going to be sweating small mistakes here and there, but in qualifying, that all changes. You need to nail that perfect lap or face the consequences, and believe me, that's a lot of pressure.
Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Minha, Verstappen and Lucas Faber. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be live and uninterrupted for the Grand Prix tomorrow, so make sure you join us then.
Well done. Very solid results. You're looking good for the race.